Good morning, Ken. How are you, mate? Quick sound check while it's just the two of us. So it looks like we're straight into the action with an EasyJet arrival from Amsterdam, having departed about an hour ago. Still at UFO distance. Thanks, Ken. Cheers on the sound check. Quick then, Kat, how are you today? So our first arrival will be an EasyJet A319, the baby bus. I'm not convinced we'll get the same potential for genuine tiddlers today, but we do have some very nifty looking bizjets in later. More on that in a bit. Looks like we've got something else lining up behind the EasyJet arrival. A mere speck on the horizon, but a welcome sight nevertheless. So a quick look just what that is. Some turboprop action. Aer Lingus and one of their ATR 72-600s. But let's welcome the EasyJet in first. How is everybody this morning? I've got to be honest, here at Edinburgh it's pretty nifty. Not very cold. It's almost Newcastle yesterday. Only if I'm really frank, this is probably one of my all-time favourite spots. I just like the scenic framing around the airport. See what's not to like. Unfortunately, the United Airlines 757, as you might expect with a decent westerly, came in early, quite a bit early actually. And should be the one we're looking at. I know it's a Star Alliance livery, and as you know I do like my liveries. looks like the tail fin of a Loganair. I think that arrived early as well. That was due in at 5 to 8 or thereabouts. You can't fault Ryanair, can you, for punctuality? Right, let's get to the Aer Lingus action. I suppose we'll have a quick look in the freight park. And there we have her. I have to agree, Ken, that looked pretty smooth to me. These transatlantic, I'll get my words out, arrivals can be quite pesky, can't they, when they come in as early as United have. However, as the daylight comes our way, we'll catch more of them, and perhaps some of the later freight traffic. Just looking at the post from Ken, the Delta Airways Airlines arrival 767, 12 minutes past 8, fantastic. At least we can rely on Delta. There's another, well, I say another, there's a departure as well which I'm quite excited about. According to flight radar, Edelweiss are going out around 10 past 8 or thereabouts, and it's one of those planes, liveries, I've never seen in person, and I got a bit of a soft spot for it, to be honest. Probably not everybody's cup of tea, but I do like it. In fact, their 340 A340 is on my list of flights to include in some kind of around the world type jaunt. Almost the aviation equivalent of fantasy football. Yep, I can confirm it's not very windy at all. Gentle breeze. Not quite how it was last time we were here. I was very much in octopus mode that day, trying to prevent things being blown away. Set out for Edinburgh about 4:35. I like it nice and steady. Didn't see much on the road. For the stretches at a single carriageway, the hazard is always you just get stuck behind one slow moving lorry after another with no good overtaking places. But today weren't like that. Pulled in at McDonald's at Newbridge at about 7:15. Had a coffee, all very civilised. And other than a couple of dog walkers near to where I've parked up, I've not seen a soul. Yeah, I've seen that Lufthansa are still using the A340. They're my fallback. I've got them sort of penciled in for the 747 to LA. So let's have a quick look about with the naked eye, see what's happening. There's quite a few pinging. Looks we've got a nifty little Bizjet at the minute who is pinging away. An Embraer Praetor 600 operated by FlexJet Operations Malta. So that's going to be our tiddler ration for today. A few Bizjets sprinkled in with the itinerary. Let's see if we can pick our little jet up, because I think I can see it. That looks like our baby. Probably be a little bit grainy at this kind of range. Let's just loiter there for a couple of minutes. I've got to be honest, Quitting Cat, I think the Edelweiss livery just feels supremely optimistic. It kind of makes me happy to look at. Although I'll be honest, it's a bad day out if looking at a plane makes me feel unhappy. So we seem to be into a small pause, so it seems a good enough point to open the show. A few more people joining us. So good morning everyone, and a very warm welcome from scenic Edinburgh Airport for part 2 of our weekend of plane spotting. Hope you're as excited as I am, and in good shape. And to be honest, having looked at flight radar, we've got a pretty packed programme to look at, so pretty excited about that. Anyone that is new at this point, by way of introduction, I'm Mark, the host for today's show, which was advertised to finish at 12:30 with the arrival of the Qatar Airways 787 Dreamliner. A quick tot up on flight radar suggests 86 movements during the published show, split being 38 arrivals and 48 departures. So that's quite a bit to get our teeth into. However, when I was reckoning it up last night and seeing what was coming in, I kind of wanted to do something different. I suppose that's the aviation enthusiast in me bubbling up. So I'm now planning, power permitting, to run through till around 2 o'clock. In part, substantial part, as a thank you for the great support I've been receiving. You know, I say it often and sincerely, you know, it blows me away the support we get. It's a busy old marketplace, isn't it? Lots of channels in lots of places. But also, back to the avgeek in me, there's a Nordica CRJ 900 extended range due in at 1320. Now, I've not seen one of these in the flesh. Well, I've seen the CRJ 900, but not a Nordica. So I would have stayed on after the show anyway. So I'm physically going to be here. And being the plane spotter I am, I figured I'd give you the same opportunity. Obviously, people have got other things to do with their days, but the stream is here for you. The other thing as well, and Ken touched on this in the chat earlier, so we've got some other good movements which make the programme what it is. We've got Delta Airlines with their 767, and that's also going to be followed, although it's already arrived, with the United Airlines 757 in the Star Alliance livery. I loitered the camera on that a short while ago. We'll be back to look at that in a bit. We've got a KLM Embraer E195-E2 due in later this morning. And the business jets, well, there's the one that we're looking at the minute, the Praetor, if I've said it correct. There's also an Embraer Legacy 500 due in at 12 minutes past 8, assuming it is still going to honour its slot. And also a Hawker Beechcraft 400 XP, which is due to depart around 12:15. Spoke a bit about Edelweiss, so long story short, there's quite a bit in addition to the usual stuff to have a look at, so hopefully that will keep everybody entertained. So what else have we got? Weather reports. We were talking about the fact it's pretty much windless here and it's quite pleasant. In fact, I'm over wrapped up, to be truthful. 10% chance of rain, say the Met Office, we'll see. That's what they said yesterday, and that was alright. 5 degrees, it said on the Met Office site, rising to 7 by lunchtime. When I parked up, it was 7. So, reasons to be optimistic about warmer weather to come. As I walked along the bank to the point where I filmed from, there's quite a few midges in the air. So it looks like it's tricked them into thinking it's spring. The wind is a southwesterly, so as with previous shows from Edinburgh, the aircraft will be coming in over the Firth of Forth. Single runway here, so they'll be using the 024 end, 06 being the other. So those winds, southwesterly, 8 mile an hour, 6.9 knots, increasing to around 12 mile an hour, 10.4 knots by lunchtime. Essentially, nothing to write about there. The gusts, similarly, it says on the site 19 mile an hour, 16.5 knots, rising to 20 mile an hour, 17.4 knots. It's nowhere near that at the minute. I think it would be an overstatement to describe there's a gust of any description. So that's the weather report. Hope you're all sat comfortably. Let's jump into the chat. Sorry if I'm not in there quickly enough. Good morning, Paul Usher. How are you, mate? Hope you're in good shape. Yeah, I'm with you, Quickening Cat. As soon as I saw the Nordica, I thought, I'm going to have to stay and watch this if I wasn't filming it. Guarantee you, if I ran out of battery power, I'd still be here to see it. So good stuff there. Good morning, Janet Lowe. How are you? And do you know what, Janet? What do I say? Thank you very much. I'm surprised that I didn't hear the ping with the PayPal. So sorry if I'm slow out the blocks. Let's just dive in. And there it is, Janet. Thank you so much. True friend of the channel. Got quite a few true friends of the channel, and you are definitely one of them. Thank you. To be honest, I think if I was at home, I'd probably have it on the TV as well. Feet up, pot of tea, that kind of thing. Let's just rotate the camera while we're waiting for something to move. let's find our United 75 in Star Alliance trim. There we go. Back to the chat. Paul Danino, how are you, mate? You didn't get a notification? Oh my lord. I have to be honest, sometimes the notifications I've got set up don't always fire. Never quite sure why. You're here now anyway, my friend. So thanks for joining us. And good morning, Kerry Taylor. Good morning, all the way down there in Milton Keynes. Janet, trust me, I'm excited. I mean, I'll mention it later in the chat, but I received or the channel received an anonymous donation yesterday after the show. And again, it'll be one of those things I'll have to shout out 2 or 3 times during the show, just to make sure that person hears it, because they wanted to be anonymous. But fantastic. Okay, Janet, see you later. Oh, we've got a spot of action. There's me talking about all the things that are going to be happening here, and it's all been quite static. Whereas we have a Ryanair, which is on camera at the minute, 737 Max 8-200. Same type I came back from Dublin with on, get my words right, on Tuesday. As I was saying, I gave it quite a good trip review. Well, slightly better than quite good. Anyway, this one is, by strange synergy with what I've just said, also off to Dublin. Over my shoulder, I think I can see a Jet2 pushing back also. You can probably see it pinging away merrily on flight radar. So I don't think this will be loitering. First takeoff of the show. The following looks to be our most likely next one. Having a quick look. Thank you, Ken. Delta 767 turning at Firth and Forth. In fact, I've got visual, Ken. So I reckon that's going to be our next action. So the Jet2 that you're looking at will be a Geneva flight. It says here due to go at 8 o'clock, so running late, but that's okay. That's one in the bank for us. Good morning, Richard Linker, all the way from North Carolina, USA. What time's it there, my friend? Either which way, welcome to the show, my friend. I'm Mark, your host. In case we haven't been introduced before. Look at those gorgeous Pentland Hills in the background. Right, let's go Delta hunting. Certainly wasn't in a rush to get the front down. I do like that. So while we wait to see if we can catch a bit more of that on the way back up, let's have a quick look, see what's occurring. .13 in the morning, Richard. Crikey, mate. Are you normally up at this time of day? Work or whatever, or just woke up and fancied catching a bit of aviation action? To be fair, my alarm was set for 3:30 UK this morning. Looks like our 7.6 has definitely gone long. So I think we'll pick up the next action, which pretty much looks to be the Ryanair 737 from Bologna, which is just over the Firth of Forth at the minute. Thanks, Ken. There we go, let's just get a quick close up before we peel off for the incoming flight. I fear the day when these beauties fade off into aviation history. I see overnight, well I assume it was overnight, the US Air Force shot down some unidentified flying object over Canadian airspace. Not sure if it's another balloon. Pretty confident it's not little green men. Anyone with the technology to get here is unlikely to be shot down by anything we've got. Just fired off a quick snap if you've got a stutter. I can see a couple now lined up over the Firth. So plenty of action, folks. Right, let's peel off and see how Ryanair do. Might be wrong, but I thought I detected a slight bounce there. Right, well I think as soon as he vacates, next action will be our Geneva bound Jet2 737. Let's have a quick look in the chat, see what's behind that. Good morning, Laura Coyle. How are you today? Thanks for joining us. Sorry folks, just managed to knock the camera. I think on one of these trips I'm going to get the editor to do all the camera work and I'm just going to live in the chat. Draws me in like a moth to a flame. I'd say he's gone out fairly heavy. All those skis he'll have packed in the hold, no doubt. So I can see our first Bizjet action. That's in Embraer Legacy 500, operated by Centerline, that I think I referred to earlier. As soon as I saw this listed, I thought, please do come in. So this is all the way from Bristol. Departure about 50 minutes ago. Wasn't near enough. I've just got the most beautiful aroma of aviation spirit. Obviously it doesn't do much good. Oh, and our other Bizjet that we were on earlier on, VistaJet Malta or similar. Let's have a look. This might be that Praetor. Oops. Off to Nice. I'd imagine this will go up nice and sharp. Back to planet Earth. Next incoming action should be the Norwegian 737, I think. I'm sure that's been shouted in the chat. From Oslo. Still a little bit of a UFO at the minute. An EasyJet bound for Stansted. An A320 parked up waiting its turn. Good morning, Martin Gallagher. How are you? So if memory serves, this is running a little bit late. So this is a livery that I'm a bit lukewarm on. Don't know what other people think. To me it kind of looks like it's been in the dressing up box. Different bits of different fabrics. Oh, the idle device. Oh my lord. Sorry folks if I'm zooming a bit fast. I've just gone hyperactive. To be fair, I was overdue. Just trying to get a snap. Ah, happy days. Right. Let's get back to our Stansted departure. Sorry, yes, Laura Coyle, and in fact everybody else that's with the show. I'm Mark, your host for Plain Sailing Aviation, so welcome to Edinburgh. Sorry I've not introduced myself sooner. I sort of try to do it periodically through the broadcast. It's one of those shows where there's just quite a bit happening early on, which is good. Next departure, my much loved Edelweiss, which if I remember correctly is off to Zurich. That of course being an A320, pursued, I think you'll have seen the EasyJet in the background, by an EasyJet departure, an A319 off to Paris Charles de Gaulle, next to go after this. And away we go. Nice little queue building up now. Loganair have just pulled out, tucking in behind the Paris EasyJet. We'll see that in a second. Happy days. Have to agree with Ken. That is one happy looking plane, the Edelweiss. We'll just loiter with our Norwegian. Right, I think our EasyJet departure is pretty much imminent. And away we go. Next up, our Loganair A320, and that one is bound for Vienna. So, hope everybody is well and enjoying Sunday. As just covered, but I'll repeat, I'm Mark, your host. Thanks for choosing to spend some time with us today at Edinburgh International Airport. Complete the full title. We had advertised a show that would run on till 12:30 to kind of synchronise with the arrival of the Qatar Airways 787 Dreamliner, but because of other attractions I'm going to extend the show, and power permitting we'll probably run till around 2 o'clock. So hoping you can stay with us. But either which way, we're delighted you're with us. It's a lovely day here at Edinburgh. Not quite t-shirt weather, but pretty spring-like conditions. And the good news is, we've got a fairly packed programme of aviation for you. Some heavy action, some great bizjets, plenty to like. Which kind of brings me to that side of the equation. As with all things YouTube, if you like what you see, it really does help us if you hit the like button. It doesn't cost you anything, but definitely helps the way that we're promoted by YouTube. And of course, if you're not yet a subscriber to Plain Sailing Aviation, we'd love to have you with us. We are a small but growing channel. And as I usually forget, also hit that notification bell. I think I need notifying to remember that point. Lovely stuff. So I'll just let us rest on the tower for a second. Thank you, Ken. Great prompt on the lights. So next action out the blocks will be the EasyJet A319 to Bristol. Oh, I can see some blues and twos over on the freight park. Probably not going to be quick enough for you. Wonder what that's all about. Probably a drill, I would have thought. And you can probably hear the magical sound of a turboprop in the background. That's Aer Lingus on its way back out the door. We've certainly got off to a busy start today, no question. So we're looking at the EasyJet Bristol flight at the minute. I can see a Ryanair also poking its nose out. That one is off to Santiago. So plenty of continuity of action, so do please stay with us. Alistair Mackay. No, I've not yet streamed from Glasgow, my friend, but I can tell you we are definitely going to be, so hang in there. We'll be looking forward to that one. So yes, we'll definitely be doing a live stream from Glasgow. I'll probably bolt it onto a double header with Edinburgh just to make the trip worthwhile. But yes, definitely happening, mate. Next action from us will be Saturday, our Saturday show from Newcastle. That's the next thing we've definitely got. We are also working feverishly in the background, as I've mentioned on previous broadcasts, on another overseas live stream. So Tuesday we completed one in Dublin, broke the ice on that, and we hope to get ourselves overseas before the end of the month. Can't wait to be able to tell you something on that. As always, devil's in the detail. So let's see what's happening with our Ryanair Santiago departure. Lining up patiently by the look of it. Yes, Alistair, I've heard talk as well about the return of the A380. Hope that plays out. Be fantastic to have some A380 action, won't it? It's good to see so many being brought back. Because obviously in the depths of the pandemic, a lot of the A380s were basically stored away. And of course they don't make them anymore, do they? Or they're not committed to ongoing manufacture of them. Can't quite remember whether they've still got some in process. So here is our returning Dublin flight. I'm pretty determined, price permitting of course, that next stream we do from Dublin, at least one leg of the trip will be with Aer Lingus on the ATR 72. Just adds a bit more fun. Not that I was short of fun. So we have a momentary pause, which is quite good because it means I can catch the chat. Sorry if I've missed anything. So for anybody that's recently joined us, this is Scotland's busiest airport, Edinburgh. Based on 2021 data, the UK's 6th busiest. And as we're going to find today, plenty of action on show. Certainly today we've got some Delta Airlines 767 action, United Airlines 757 in Star Alliance livery. I think that goes out somewhere around 9:30ish. Good thing I'm not doing the schedules, isn't it? A KLM Embraer E195 E2, and we've already seen amongst the bizjets the Embraer Legacy 500 that arrived not long after 8, and a Hawker Beechcraft 400 XP which is going out at 12:15, and much more besides. So the plane we are gazing at is the Heathrow returning flight with British Airways and A320. Heathrow being the most common route. Common's quite the word. Frequent's a better word, isn't it? I think British Airways would see themselves as common. So in terms of the show itself, just in case anyone's missed this at the start, it reckoned up for the published hours of the show around 86 movements, 38 arrivals, 48 departures. Now we're extending on till around 2 o'clock. We're going to see much more than that. So hopefully you can stay with us while we stay with British Airways. I'm just going to have a quick check on my power setup, see what consumption looks like. Looking good on the electricity front, so that's good. I've got everything tweaked to try and make sure that we can get the run time to 2 o'clock. The place I'm filming from, you wouldn't believe how many midges are in the air. Spring has definitely sprung today. So having a quick look on flight radar, I can see I think it's the Bristol arrival still pinging. So whether he's shortly to go back out or whether he's not stopped transponding, I'm not quite sure. That British Airways is trying to slink away from me. Now here's the thing, and I did want to look this up myself when I got back yesterday, but we've noticed a phenomena on the show where Loganair never seem to show up these days on flight radar. Did we actually bottom out why that was? I might write to them tomorrow, assuming no one's got the answer. Of course, it's a very learned group of people in this discussion. Gareth Roberts, welcome to the show, mate. Sorry, I've just caught you in the chat. Sorry, I'm a bit slow to it. Alibi 58. Good morning, mate. Now that mug of black tea, is that general refreshment, or is it sort of extremely necessary because you had a really good night last night? You did mention a few wee drams, so my imagination ran riot. Good to see you, mate. Ken, you've more than earned a coffee. Will Mrs. Alloway let you have the bacon on? Yes, it's great to have you with us, Gareth. So if you're new to us. So we stream regularly from Newcastle International Airport and Edinburgh, such as today, and we like to chuck in a few away trips. Dublin was one we did this week, and we're looking to go overseas before the month end. So glad you're liking what you see. As I always say to people, if you do like what you see, do consider hitting the like button. Costs you nothing and it helps us with YouTube. And in terms of subscribing, we're always looking to welcome new subscribers. As a small channel trying to grow, obviously subscription is our strength. Oh, you always take your tea black, do you, Alibi? Alibi? I need a dash of milk in mine. Mrs. Plain Sailing Aviation coached me out of sugar many years ago. Always 2 fairly heaped teaspoons of sugar. Years ago since I've taken sugar, but I can't get rid of the milk, mate. Because here's another thing for you, just throw this one out there for the chat. A lot of focus these days on decaffeinated drinks, and I guess it's each to their own, but I just can't do decaffeinated tea. Don't know if other people have a different view on that. Maybe for some people it doesn't feel any different, but decaf tea for me just doesn't do it. Good morning, Political Bias. How are you, mate? Thanks for joining us. I was thinking yesterday, you were probably our most northerly viewer up at Aberdeen. I think Quickening Cat generally wins the most southerly viewer. You know, I've come today with a woolly hat, gloves, all the things you might expect in February, triple layers on, and I could do with some insect repellent. Plane and truck spotting. Miss Princess Anne yesterday, she arrived in a legacy bizjet. Oh, that's interesting to know. What was she here for, do you know? Political bias, decaf anything. You see, I'm just such a lightweight on this, I need my caffeine. Alan tea, can't tell the difference with tea. Sounds like that's just me. very psychological. I'll have to try one of those sort of blind tests like you do with Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Ken's ban on frying and chatting still applies on a Sunday. I didn't know if you had special terms on a Sunday, Ken. Probably for the best, mate. Certainly would be if I was in your shoes. Too big a risk of a kitchen fire. So let's have a quick browse onto Flight Radar. In fact, let's just rotate the camera while I'm having a look at Flight Radar. So here's that Star Alliance special livery, get my words out. Operated by United Airlines. Due out at some point in the next hour. That's my top of the head quote. In fact, it's transponding away. What else is happening? There's a runway check going on, and we have a Jet2 737, which, let's have a quick rotate to that one. There we go. Some folks off to the warmer climes of Lanzarote. Lucky things. And on the horizon, still out over the sea at the minute, but I see a British Airways incoming A320. So plenty of action, folks. Gareth Roberts, just seen your super chat, mate. Thank you so much. Really generous of you. As I often say on the channel, donations obviously gratefully received. There's a lot of costs associated with the channel, but I expect nothing, and therefore I'm cock-a-hoot. Cock-a-hoot, man. Thank you. Rest assured that goes straight on the channel, specifically the overseas trip. That's where we're putting everything at the minute. Thank you, my friend. Good morning, Carl Shield. How's things in Dublin, mate? We'll stay with this Jet2 for a minute or so and then peel off to catch the British Airways A320, which is on finals at the minute. Right, I think this seems the moment to break off. As you can see, the wind is not a factor today. As long as they don't use that as a means of springing a runway change on me. Because this spot is great for arrivals. Far less satisfactory for depart. I'll say it the other way round. If we have to swing things round, all we'll see is departures pretty much from here, and it's not quite the same. So what else can I see? Lots of things transponding. Looks like the EasyJet Amsterdam flight, A319, is on its way. Lined up in front of me. Let's do a slowish pan. Just in the nick of time. Gone out heavy. So we'll stick with British Airways for the minute, whilst EasyJet taxi out for their departure to Amsterdam. Quick look see in the chat. Sorry if I've missed anything. Thank you, Ken. Yes, timely push on the likes. It really does make a difference for us. So if you've just joined us, welcome to Edinburgh Airport and Plain Sailing Aviation's live stream broadcast, part 2 of our weekend of aviation action, and I'm Mark, your host. So thank you for choosing to spend time with us this morning. It's a lovely spring day here, no dramas on the weather front. I know that can make it more interesting for us, particularly with the crosswind, but full roster of action. Next up on the action front being this EasyJet A319 that is shortly to head off for Amsterdam. Simon Kirby, good morning to you. Thanks for coming back to us. Yes, I'm in good shape. Thank you, my friend. Hope you are this Sunday morning. I've been like a dog with two tails pretty much since I woke up. In fact, if anything, that's the argument for giving me decaffeinated drinks. I'm not sure the caffeine actually does me that much good, on reflection. So, as we watch EasyJet waiting to go, we have the Wizz Air incoming A321 from Bucharest, literally on finals. So, back-to-back action. nice and early. So let's get ready to receive our Wizz Air. In fact, I think we put Wizz Air on the thumbnail, didn't we? So taken was I with it. A little bit far for us at the minute. Time enough to have a quick look in the chat. Yeah, Simon, I agree, mate. So if memory serves, we have a couple of A321 Wizz Air arrivals scheduled during the show. Always a welcome sight. And I can tell you, I'm surprised my voice isn't going up a few octaves, that the United Airlines outgoing Star Alliance 757 is pushing back. Should be some great sound off that. Sorry, Wizz Air. Let's have a piece of this. Just going to quickly fire a snap off. So this beauty is bound for New York. Good morning, Hugh Martin. Welcome to the show, mate. I'm Mark, your host. Nice to be at your local airport. It's one of my favourite spots, as I was saying earlier on. I can't wait to be back here on a summer's day with a t-shirt on. You can see it now. Nice as it is today, it isn't t-shirt weather, as you'll know. Thank you, Ken. Next arrival, a Ryanair 737 MAX 8 from Stansted. They do seem to have some very good connections, Stansted, with Edinburgh. I'm not sure how many flights a day go there, but clearly more than one. So what's happening here? I can see a Ryanair pushing back. It must be that one. No, sorry, I lie, because that's the incomer from Stansted, isn't it? So what's the one that's pushing back? Ah, the Bologna flight is pushing back. Was scheduled to go at 9:05. Not going to make that. I'll just treat myself to one more picture. With the hills in the background, it really does set it off. So. There's the Ryanair pushback, the Bologna flight. And we'll stay with Ryanair and pick up the incoming Stansted plane. So a nice shout out to everybody in the chat. Thanks for contributing. I can't believe it. That 757 has just started moving now the camera's off it. Particular thanks to our moderators who make the chat what it is with your help. It's a proper team effort, all ends up. Get back to the heavy. Sorry, political bias, just catching up with the chat, mate, and failing to chat the plane a little bit. Yeah, I am next to the river, so if you've been to Edinburgh before, I'm just trying to visualise, I'm literally facing the terminal building with the river immediately to my back. It's a lovely spot. And of course here you get a really good view off the arrivals, decent view on departures, and with the hills in the background you've got a bit of that scenic framing which I'm on record as saying I quite like. Hi Carl, yes that's a 757 mate, aka the Flying Pencil. So that will, or should be, our next departure. Next arrival action should be a Finnair Embraer 190 long range. Although I expect this to go first. Another snap taken. Sorry if you got a stutter off that. Yeah, there's no mistake in the pencil, is there? Head on. Off to New York. So there is our very slow moving Bologna outcomer, outgoer, what am I on about? Dropping back into the chat, sorry if I've missed anything. Lottie Lou, good morning. I'm Mark, your host. Welcome to the show. Hope you're doing fine this Sunday morning. What part of the world are you from? So Carl Shields off to America, hopefully, in May, via a Dreamliner. Yeah, it's another plane I've not been on. I think with the time lost to the pandemic, got some catching up to do. Sorry folks, I was just adjusting some kit. So this will be our Finnair Helsinki arrival, an Embraer 190 long range. I think this aircraft is regularly assigned to this route, certainly the 190 long ranges. And this is definitely a livery I like, simple but classy. I'm assuming this Bologna flight will now put his skates on. Good morning, Robin Harrison. How are you? Welcome back to the stream, mate. Glad you enjoyed it. Delighted that you are a frequent flyer with us. So, what's the weather in Morecambe? Still sunny? Quite pleasant here, but overcast. Can't have it all, can you? There we go, no loitering. So, back to the chat. Always our Finnair again. With the picture taken. I think their A350 looks particularly fetching. And for some reason, whenever I go to Heathrow, I never get to film it. Runway change or whatever. Still, it's a bit like fishing, isn't it, really? It'll keep for another day. Alan T, I used to be ish in your part of the world, Shepshed. So EMA used to be my home base. breeze has just started picking up a little bit. Not enough to cool your tea, but noticeable nevertheless. Alan T works in Colville. I know Colville very well. Used to work that way myself many years ago. Can't believe I've let the Finnair get away. So, in terms of incomers, looks like we have a baby bus EasyJet on its way in from London Gatwick. It says a minute out on flight radar. I can see it, but I'm fairly certain 2 or 3 minutes is a more accurate quote. So if anyone's recently joined the show, advertised finish 11:30, that was yesterday. 12:30 was the advertised finish, but noting there is a Nordica CRJ 900 ER on today's movements, decided, partly as a thank you to you all for the support you give me, that I'll extend the show till around 2 o'clock if the power holds out. I'm planning to stay anyway, and it seemed a little bit selfish not to give you the option of being able to stick on and see what comes in. So here we go, UFO range. So this plane set out 57 minutes ago, according to flight radar. Weather the same in Morecambe, is it, Robin? None too shabby, is it? It's easy to forget we're not even in the second half of February. Good morning to Mark at North Sky Aviation. How are you, mate? Welcome to the show. Now I have the notion that our Delta Airlines 767 probably won't be that long before it's due out. Sorry to hear that Concept didn't do the honours for you yesterday, Mark. I am pleased to report, apologies to any Tottenham fans on the broadcast, but Leicester City did. An unexpected 4-1 win against Tottenham. As biased as I am, I hadn't seen that coming. But another reason to smile, well, for me anyway. Good morning, Andy P. Welcome to the broadcast. I'm Mark, your host. So thanks for choosing to spend time with us. Plenty going on here at Edinburgh. Although that's usually the commentator's curse, isn't it? At the minute we're tracking the EasyJet incomer from Gatwick. Moving along at a reasonable clip. We'll see how that compares to KLM when they arrive. As I'm fond of saying, I don't think I've seen anybody taxi faster. Andy P. Yes, I am keeping well, mate. I was saying in the chat earlier, I woke up at the ungodly hour of 3:30, but like a dog with two tails. Still feel quite bouncy now. Probably another reason why I should take up decaffeinated drinks. Craig McAllister, good morning to you. Thanks for the heads up. The Norwegian Air UNICEF livery about to taxi out. We saw that arrive earlier in the show. Just working my way backwards through the chat. Sorry, I'm doing this a little bit back to front. Jack Homer, good morning to you. Welcome to the show. As Political Bias puts it, mornings all round. Alan T, is there a speed limit for taxiing? I do not know, but I suspect strongly there is, given how regulated the airport environment is. Quickening Cats, just cutting across. Tiddler alert. There we go. I never thought we'd get a tiddler on this scale on today's show. Just shows you anything's possible at Edinburgh. So yeah, the question on speeding, I'll see if I can catch that through the chat. I just don't know the answer. I'll cut back to the chat when we've waved this one off. It's scooting along a little bit. Not sure what type this is, caught me off balance. Almost looks like a Beach King of some iteration. quite as tiddly as yesterday's tiddlers, but a welcome sight certainly. Right, let's just rest us up at the tower a second while I collect myself. Alibi 58, 20 mile an hour. Crikey, I'll be picking up points left, right and centre. Good morning, Jonathan Young. How are you? Political bias. Are you off, my friend? Thanks for dropping in. Always good to see you. Do take care. Oh, I've just realised you're saying goodbye to somebody else. Stay with us, Political. Alan T. Yes, there is a railway line in the background, and I think, just casting my eye that way, I can see an arrival. It looks like a NetJets from Farnborough, according to flight radar. Yeah, there's quite a lot of railway traffic in the shot that you're looking at the minute. There you go, on cue. We always aim to please, Alan. And we can see that Norwegian departure in the UNICEF livery. Just getting ready to line up. I think if I had one of those humongous Euro Millions type lottery wins, I'd want to lease a smart bizjet and spend a year just going around the world with it. Right, I'm conflicted. I just want to track this one all the way back. However, sorry folks if I've panned a little bit too fast, or a lot too fast. Clearly I need a speed limit. Now I hadn't realised when this came in that this was with the UNICEF livery, so thanks for pointing that one out. So next incomer will be an EasyJet A320 from Belfast. So that's what the Norwegian is lined up for. And in the background I can see a Jet2 just turning off the apron, ready to come out. So it looks like we've got good continuity. So we'll stay with Belfast first, our incoming flight. See if we can get a cheeky little snap. There we go. And here we are. look to our Jet2, as that's just going to start rolling. And this one is off to Tenerife. I'm glad you liked it, Quickening Cat. Can't say I organised it, but brought a smile at this end. Craig McAllister, Beach C90B at King Air. Thanks, mate. Sorry folks, I'll get back in the chat in a minute. Market North Sky. I think we could do with a plain sailing aviation liveried plane. Although at the minute, probably a balloon. As in the sort that you get from a gift shop, rather than the Chinese weather variety. Crikey, remiss of me. So excited I've been at this end. 91 likes. Thank you everybody. 9 more for the 100. It'd be fantastic if we could get the 100 up. But either way, thank you. And of course, if you like what you see and you're not yet subscribed, please think about it. We'd love to have you with us. And of course, hit that all important notification bell, which apparently works sometimes. Thank you, Paul Usher. Appreciate the support, mate. Very kind of you. Remiss of me not to ask, Market North Sky, what's up in your pipeline at the minute? You got anything on the go? And while you muse on that, Trev Lyon, good morning to you. From near Topcliffe. I'm not sure where that is, exposing my geographical ignorance. Whereabouts is that, mate? Jill B, good morning. Welcome to the show. I'm Mark, the host. Delighted to have you. Oh crikey, I'm failing to multitask. Not for the first time today. Sorry folks. It's good fun trying. Now I can see something on finals, still out over the sea at the minute, Firth of Forth, for those of you unfamiliar with the airport. With the prevailing westerly, that's why the planes are coming in from that end. I'm going to guess this Tenerife flight is going to get the nod though. Yeah, here we go. Now I hope everybody is staying on top of their hot drinks. Tea, coffee, beverage of choice. I'll stay with this, but there is a tiddler overflying at the minute. Well, I can't help myself. I said I'd... There we go. It just needs that plain sailing aviation banner, doesn't it? Anyway, back to the heavier action in the shape of our Jet2 Boeing 737. Shortly to to scoot off to Tenerife. I'm with you, political bias. All about the teammate. Trevline, Thirsk, North Yorkshire, super stuff. And Market North Sky. You've got a premiere tonight, 6:30, spotting from Manchester, with a nice little Saab 340 flown in. Is that a Loganair one? Because I've got a feeling they're retiring those, are they not, by the summer? Either which way, I'll be there, mate. Looking forward to it. With a cup of tea. Cabo Taxi, good morning, welcome to the stream. We love being at Edinburgh, absolutely love it here. And whereas the weekend action is generally good, it seems to be particularly good today. And with the weather being fairly kind. Now, veterans of the channel, and you know who you are, will probably laugh when I refer to the next arrival, the Ryanair from Wizz. I don't know if it's Wizz. I only discovered by chance when I was looking at airports for possible live streams from, overseas that is. That's Dusseldorf or thereabouts, is that right? Somewhere in Germany anyway. Of course, put me right in the chat if I've remembered that wrong. It's Wizz or Wizz Air. Certainly won't be how I say it.
Jill B, thank you so much. Great to have you with us. Big smile at this end. Mark 176, good morning to you, sir. How are you? And you're a new sub today as well. Oh my word, my head is spinning. Thanks folks, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Now I just need to point the camera at a plane. Thank you though, and for anybody else that has liked for us, subscribed to us during the show. I've also missed the fact that the 100's up, so thank you for that too. It really does make such a difference, not just for YouTube, but actually here at the airport. It's such a great bunch of people. And I know I'm biased, but I'm going to say I've not seen a better chat setup anywhere. So many thanks to everybody that is active in the chat, particularly our mods who are ever present and always appreciated. But of course, if you've yet to make your debut in the chat, the water is definitely warm, so come on in. In the meantime, I'll track our Ryanair Wizz arrival. And I can see something coming over my shoulder. Yes, Simon, Wizz Air. Now you're causing me to lose track. I'm easily amused, folks. Andy P, thanks mate, really means a lot. We try hard to give folks what we hope they'll enjoy, because that's the pleasure. I'd still be here with a scanner and a set of binoculars if I wasn't broadcasting. It's nice to be able to share it, and the community that builds around the channel and the chat really does give a lift. So what's next up? Some turboprop action, courtesy of Aer Lingus. So that will be their Belfast flight. Super stuff. Time to go then. I'll have a quick break off after this lands, just to check how I'm doing on power. I've got everything optimised to try and get the run time till 2 o'clock with the extended broadcast. Just need to see how those calculations are playing out. Anyway, let's enjoy this. Just caught a lovely whiff of aviation fuel. Beautiful. So as this one rolls in, I can see a Ryanair pinging away on his way somewhere. Apologies if that's been called in the chat, I've not yet seen it. And I can see an arrival on its way in. So we'll break off in a minute, pick that one up, and I'll do the power check. Hope you're getting the full benefit of the sound. Sounds divine in my headphones. You could probably hear the bird patrol doing some scaring in the background. I'm certainly not taking any incoming fire. Next arrival is the second of our Wizz Air A321s, this one from Warsaw. So let's break off and see where she is. Here we go. Let's do that power check. The plane you're looking at will be the outgoing Ryanair 737 MAX 8 200 to Cork. I think I will go for a battery changeover. Ken, battery change happening. I'm just on the last cell at the minute. I can always come back to it if I need it. That's battery change completed. Morning. Just took it to a chap standing next to me, watching the planes. On this very pleasant February morning at Edinburgh International Airport. I'm Mark, your host with Plain Sailing Aviation. So thanks for joining us. So let's track this Cork outgoer. Apologies if I've missed anything in the chat. Crikey, I've missed loads. Told you, the next trip I'm going to put the editor on the camera. So I'm having a look here. Oh, it all sounds breakfast talk, which will cause me to be extremely hungry. Alibi 58, thank you mates. Like, subscriptions and notification bells all the way. Thank you my friend. Sorry folks, I'm not tracking this properly. I'm trying to do both things. Yes, the square sausage alibi. Definitely on my list of delicacies. Oh, I can see a little Loganair scooting out. Oh, we're going short. And there's me thinking I was going to get a swig of water. That's caught me out. Crikey. Lots of things moving at the minute. So, a couple of seconds on our recovering Wizz A321. You can see an incomer, which, what's that going to be? London Heathrow A320 on its way in. I've got a Loganair departure of some sort. Can't quite figure it from here, and it's not showing flight radar. We'll put the camera on him in a minute. And I've seen something else moving at my peripheral vision. More on that in a bit. Just let the camera drift, sorry folks. Right, task in hand. Let's get this incomer. It's a healthy problem to have, isn't it? Lots of things moving at the same time. So we've got a British Airways A320 on its way in. You can see another one at 2 o'clock to my current position, pinging, waiting to go. We have a Loganair departure. Not sure, is that the ATR 42? Correct me in the chat. Might need to clean my glasses. We'll get some better lenses. Right, let's go and find our Loganair. Back in a second, folks. Just got to tweak something else. And I'm back. Joel Howells, welcome to the stream, mate. Sorry I've been a bit tardy in saying hello. And apologies to anybody else that I've yet to say hi to. I will try to get around to it. So, good morning to anyone that has recently joined us. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation's live stream from Edinburgh Airport. Part 2 of our weekend of aviation action. Plenty seen so far, plenty more to come. So thank you for choosing to spend some time with us. I'm Mark, your host. Delighted you're with us. Just jumping back into the chat in no particular order. Carl Shield, you're wrong, mate. Breakfast is essential. I can't function without breakfast. And I'm with political bias. I can eat a fried breakfast right now too. It's funny, but until I turned 40, I wasn't bothered with cooked breakfasts, really weren't. Now I consider them food of the gods. Possibly, because judgment is reserved, enhanced by the use of a square sausage on the plate, the local delicacy of this part. Good morning, Tabin Khan. How are you, my friend? Quickening Cat says Loganair showed up on ADS BX. I don't think I've heard of that platform, naive as I am. Simon Kirby, where next on the schedule? Well, formally, that'll be Newcastle on Saturday, our Saturday show. The other thing, the overseas trip, we're still working up the details on that. Hope to announce that in the next few days. Just got a few loose ends. Shan't be streaming on Sunday. I've got a routine medical appointment, so that's going to take me off the grid for the day, but hey ho. So sorry about that, folks. Good morning, Les Donaldson. How are you doing, mate? Hoping you're not at work today. Right, let's cast around and see what's happening. In fact, with your kind indulgence, I'm just going to scoff a snack bar. We'll just talk about breakfast. Baz B, good morning. How are you, my friend? Les, you have my sympathy. Working again. Well, hopefully we'll help your shift pass as pleasantly as can be done. Let's just move ourselves round onto this British Airways. No, it's not British Airways, I lie. Ken, I need my telescope. West Atlantic. Looks like we're picking up a bit of bonus footage. I think we all like a bit of bonus footage. Sorry about the rustling. Carl Steele. Why Edinburgh on a Saturday in 4 weeks' time? I'm intrigued. Ken, thank you, mate. I'm definitely overdue an eye test. Just looking back through the chats, so the Loganair ATR 42 was off to Exeter. Didn't realise we had an Exeter connection. Just shows you there's some good routes here. So our next incomer is one of the planes that was on my watch list, much as I like them. A KLM Embraer E195 E2. Currently halfway across the Firth of Forth, just about to turn. So flight radar says 2 minutes, we say 4. Imminent. While we'll stay trained in the meantime on this West Atlantic, assuming that's a 737. I might need a second telescope, Ken. Age is a cruel thing. Oh right, sorry. So I'm just talking to a chap next to me. Yeah. Am I pressing on the wrong thing? Where do I type? Sorry. Oh yeah, okay. Is it that one? I'm just exposing my limited grasp of technology with the chap that's standing next to me. Just putting the channel details in. It normally fetches it up that way around. Tell you what, let's do it another way around. I'm not on Facebook. You put YouTube in. Right. Put YouTube. Oh. Everything's working out to stand it. I think we probably will set up a Facebook page in due course. This should be more like it. You're welcome. Right, what's happening up next? So our KLM is still working its way in, and I can see some exec jet action. Look at that, Ken. I don't need both of the telescopes, just the one, I think. So this is the Embraer Legacy 500 that we saw coming earlier on. Which no doubt will go up like a rocket ship. As I was saying, if I get a monster win, which is pretty unlikely, but on the Euro Millions, I think a year of jet setting in my own little jet. Oh, it's all happening here. The gentleman next to me has just pointed out we've got a little fire drill. I'm sorry about the urgent camera pivot. Look at that. So I'd imagine they'll have the jet on that quickly. Don't worry folks, I'm watching all the moving parts here. Cue water. There we go. I think we're going to get our cake and eat it. We'll see this fire put out. Our exec jet departs and our KLM arrival. Just fired off a quick snap there. Snap happy as I am. Right, back to the aviation. So there goes our Legacy 500. And more immediately, our Embraer 195E2, all the way from Amsterdam. Barely a bus ride when you think about it. So folks, I had to snap in. I was thinking thumbnails of the future. I'll stay with him while he turns off. Although it looks like we're not gonna, because our Finnair Embraer 190 long range is also rolling. Case in point, but to the front of the bus it's a bit of an Embraer fest, isn't it? Last 3 planes on show, all the same manufacturer. Lovely stuff. So, as that peels away, let's seek out our Helsinki bound Embraer. There we go. Don't think he'll be loitering too long. Good morning, Andrew, NUFC. Welcome back, mate. Glad to have you with us. Been a pretty good morning's plane spotting, I think folks would agree so far. Up she goes. Next stop, Helsinki. Now, not snuck out while I've been otherwise distracted. Looks like we have an EasyJet outgoer. Let's see what flight radar has to say about that one. Apologies if that one's been called in the chat. So this is the returning Gatwick flight. Baby bus. I can see a Loganair just taxiing out. An Embraer 145. And the, I can't remember if it was Bucharest or Warsaw, which way round they came in, but we have a Wizz Air pushing back at the minute. I think this might be the Bucharest one. I'll put the camera on that in a bit. Apologies folks for my sketchiness. In fact, the one that is pushing back is Bucharest, so I did get that one right in the fashion. So, Gatwick bound is this plane. Showtime. Looks like the Loganair Embraer 145 is just being towed. Political bias. I do not know what stovies are. What would they approximate to? So it looks like this Wizz Air is waiting for something else. That something else could be giving way to this Ryanair that is pushing back. Not sure if this was the Wizz flight or something completely different. Let's have a look, see. Knock. It's off to knock. And I can see something on its way in, which no doubt has been pulled in the chat. After agreed, Paul Usher, Loganair, Scotland's finest. Thank you, Mark 176. Yes, the knock flight. Trev Lyon. It's a bit like bubble and squeak. You'll learn something every day. And political bias, just in your comment. Yeah, mashed potatoes, mincemeat, turnip, all mashed together. When I do Aberdeen, which we will be doing later this year, May, June time, I will be trying said delicacy. Right, I see an incomer. So you're looking at the outgoing knock flight with Ryanair. Boeing 737, Max 8200. On the far horizon, zooming on in, is, if my flight radar will actually stay still long enough, Air France, an Airbus A320 from Paris Charles de Gaulle, having taken off 1 hour 13 minutes ago. So let's go and seek that one out. There we are. Sorry folks, I've just realised I've left you with some very scenic sky, which is not what you've tuned in for. I'm like a mother hen, checking that everything is working as it should. Most importantly, we can run as long as we need. Whilst that has been on its way in, our Wizz Air to Bucharest has shot out the blocks, and there you are. Sorry folks, I was looking at the chat, not my viewfinder, which of course is really what I should be looking at. Hey ho. Just having a good time, and I'm really hoping that you are too. So welcome to anybody that's recently joined the channel, and here we are. I'm Mark from Sailing Aviation. So welcome to the stream from Edinburgh Airport. If you're new to the channel, it's great that you found us. We're quite new. and small and growing. And as always, if you like what you see and it costs you nothing, just hit that like button for us. Just help us with YouTube, and of course consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell. All those things are good. In the meantime, feast your eyes on this Wizz Air A321 imminent to depart for Bucharest. Plenty of other action stacked up as well. Today's show was published for an 12:30 finish. Keep saying 11:30 for some reason. Either which way, 2 o'clock is the new target. If I can eke the power out. And we should just catch a bit of taxi action with this returning Air France A320, recently landed from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Andy P, delighted you're enjoying it, mate. Makes it worthwhile if people enjoy the experience, and I really mean that. It works out about 2.5 hours drive from here to home, although I've got nothing like the drive that Political Bias will have from Aberdeen, and it's always nice to reflect on the positives. Les Donaldson, I've yet to try the square sausage yet, mate. Don't worry, mate, it's on the cards. When I'm doing the there and back kind of shows, it doesn't really fall neatly for me, but we will be doing a Edinburgh, Glasgow and possibly Prestwick for some feature footage, joint enterprise in the next few weeks, and I'll probably be staying over in the Edinburgh area, and I will definitely be having a cooked breakfast that has a square sausage on the plate, preferably 2 square sausages. Got to put the calories back. Porsche, thank you, mate. Pleased to know you're liking it too. Good stuff. And of course, now Political Bias, going back to the food, has talked about these stovies. I'm just thinking I'll be doing a food review on the next trip. In the meantime, now where did we say this was going? I'd like to say knock. Looks like he's going short. We do love it when they go short. Sorry folks, a little bit urgent on the switch there, just overbalanced. A bit like cricket, you've got to move your feet. Right, let's see what we've got. I see a British Airways A320 scooting off out. So that looks like our next departure. In terms of incomers, there's a Ryanair Prague flight on its way in, departed 1 hour 54 minutes ago, Boeing 737. So we have continuity of action. Hope you're staying hydrated. Tea, coffee and snacks of choice always enhances the aviation experience. I'll be honest, I've smashed through my snacks of choice. But I've got some food in the car, so when the show finishes, the banquet commences. Actually, when I say banquet, that's not strictly accurate, but that's how I'm building it up in my imagination. So our next arrival are Ryanair incomer from Prague. Certainly left plenty of smoke, as you can probably see there. Took a few mil off the tyres. So folks, I'm just tinkering with something. It's a bad habit I've got. So a beautifully calm day here at Edinburgh. Pentland Hills in the background. Scotland's busiest airport. And based on 2021 national data, the UK's 6th busiest. Be interesting how 2022 stands up. More of a more normal business year. Thank you, political bias. I'll take you at your word there. I'll definitely enjoy that. I think this is something about a foodie aviation channel. We seem to get around to breakfast or other meals, don't we? So, back in the chat, apologies if I've missed you. I'm going to try and catch you up, so bear with me. So, Paul Rusher, have I ever done Manchester? We've been there to do some feature stuff last May. and had a great time over a couple of days filming off the south side. Trouble is, from a live stream perspective, it's pretty saturated. I don't think there's a day goes by without somebody streaming from there. Sometimes 2 or 3 people streaming from there, and like travel wise from home, it's about 3 hours in a car each way, so I'd probably look to stay out overnight. So from a plane spotting point of view, definitely intend to be back. I'm not sure whether it's a particularly viable choice from a live stream point of view, sadly. I think there must be more live streamers around that particular airport than pretty much anywhere else. I think there's more live stream from Manchester probably than Heathrow. Stand to be corrected. But don't get me wrong, there's some great movements through there. I just don't think I'd add anything to the game by taking it there. I never rule anything out. Yes, I think you're right, political bias. I think it will be a hotel and food review. Les Donaldson, hope the rest of the shift passes okay, mate. I'm guessing you finish at 2 again, do you? Either which way, look forward to seeing you next time out, buddy. Carl, I did go to Dublin and I didn't manage the Irish food, but I did polish off a nice pint of Guinness. Weren't there long enough, mate. I will do a stopover there at some point this year, because I want to catch some of the early arrivals, some of your transatlantic planes. So we'll see what we're doing nearer the time, but definitely I shall be staying over in the Republic. Paul Usher was saying 4 streamers at Manchester yesterday. Case in point, really. It is quite cluttered, sadly. But the truth is, an airport like that naturally would generate a lot of interest. I'm guessing this West Atlantic is under some sort of test. Certainly been sitting there for some time. Well, I can see something incoming on the horizon. Although for some reason my flight radar seems to have disappeared. Let's put that right. Now we're back in business. So next in is an Aegean Airways, Aegean Airlines Airbus A320. Now that is a livery I like, and that is being pursued by Ryanair from Riga. 737, as you might expect. So let's go and find our Aegean. Got a runway check-in. Here we go. That is one classy looking livery. Just going to rest us on the tower a minute. A quick look see in the chat. Freedar. I'll be honest, political, I don't know what Freedar is. Definitely with Ken on this Aegean Neo. Classy and quickening cap. You're all shrewd judges. I'll be honest, Carl Shield, I was really surprised that, well, I am surprised there isn't more Dublin live stream action. We'll certainly look to do some. Right, I'm conflicted. Arrival in the Aegean, I think I can have both. Cake and eat it stuff. So let's get the arrival. I think we said this was a Ryanair, did we not, from Riga? At least it's a Ryanair. Smooth to me. Right, I did say we'd have some cake and eat it. There's always a food pun, isn't there? Let's have the Aegean. We'll fire off another snap. And again. Sorry folks, I think it stutters the feed momentarily anyway. If memory serves me, I think Aegean are going to be flying into Newcastle from May, June time. I think we have Sun Express as well, so that will help augment our Newcastle shows. A bit more exotica on show. And now, time for some turboprop. Now, was this the Belfast flight? In which case, I'm assuming it's a return Belfast flight. Sorry folks, I'm just checking my flight radar. Belfast it is. You know, I really do love the Aer Lingus green. I'd imagine this is going to be good to go as soon as it's lined up. off to Belfast. Question for the chart: is Belfast still named after George Best? George Best International Airport? Or am I having some sort of conflation with something else? Back to the chat. Political bias. It's like flight radar, but for the military traffic. Ah, I'm going to have to look that one out. Freedar. Because the beauty of the setup I'm operating here, oh cripes, I'm waffling away, and there's an incomer. Looks like another turboprop, and it is another Aer Lingus. This one from Dublin. Just bear with me. I could have both radars up. Freedar. Learn something new every day. Well, I've learnt something. You guys probably knew it anyway. I think I'll just rest the camera and we're tracking back. I'm just going to say I don't think anything else is moving, but it is actually. An EasyJet is scooting off somewhere. So let's have that for the moment. It's a better zoom up view. Ken, you're a star as always, mate. And you're right, Mark 176 is performing the proverbial miracles. Carl Shield, Belfast has 2 airports. Is either of those named after George Best? Or was? Ken, no need to explain, mate. The hours you put in on this channel, you know, what can I say? You often render me speechless. So have fun with your visitors. Have a nice time, mate. Look forward to seeing you on Saturday. And it's been a pleasure to be in your company, buddy. Take care. Mark 176, do not apologise for being sporadic. You'll have noticed, although I'm the channel host, I have a tendency towards being sporadic, and I've got no excuse. Just good that you're with us, mate, and everybody else that we've got on the stream. So where is this actually going? I think it's been called in the chat. Sorry, it's my hazy process. Munich. Now that's another airport that I've got more than a passing interest in. I don't know whether to do a Frankfurt and Munich double header in the spring. So no. And as I think I mentioned yesterday, I'm still musing on Leipzig, which was Quickening Cat's tip. There is some interesting movements that pass through there. Oh, I see some interesting movements that are passing through Edinburgh as well. I think we've got a natty little bizjet on the move. And so we have a NetJets Europe Cessna 680A Citation Latitude. It's a big name badge, isn't it? Right, well, before that moves too far, I'm just going to have a quick check on things. And all seems to be good. So let's go and find our Citation Latitude. Okay. So this is off to Faro. So warmer climes, hopefully. Quick delve into the chat. So 147 likes, 3 more for the 150. So as always, I'd say if you've kindly agreed to spend a bit of time with us and you do like what you see, it doesn't cost you anything, so please do consider hitting the like button. It's not all about the likes and the subscription numbers on this channel, but the way YouTube works, these are quite important things. That's a nice business jet in the background. Permit me a zoom up. What do we reckon, folks? Sorry it's a little bit hazy, but what magnifications are 120, so tends to haze at that, but pretty nevertheless. I'll be a very happy camper if that goes out during the show. So if anyone's missed that, we're hoping, electricity permitting, to be able to run until around 2 o'clock. I might just have to make a few more adjustments at this end to give me the juice. I've got pretty much everything turned down, but whilst I've been filming, I've been thinking of a couple of other things I probably could do. Yeah, I've got to be honest, Jonathan Young, I quite like the West Atlantic liveries. We filmed some feature stuff down at East Midlands last summer, and that was one of the standout features for me. They do have some nice stuff. And out of my peripheral vision, I can see the Wizz Air A321 returning flight to Warsaw, pushing back. So looks like we've got continuity of action. And in my foreground I can see Scotland's finest, aka Loganair, taxiing out with their Embraer 145. No doubt not pinging on flight radar. Either which way, it's on the move. Went up pretty smartly on its way to Faro, so let's track down Scotland's finest. There we go. So this one is off to the Isle of Man. And over the far horizon, the good news is I can see something else on its way. Sorry if it's been called in the chats. And we have an EasyJet from Milan, an A320 to starting finals. Oh, super news, folks. Just gonna break off. That can be quite impulsive. Our West Atlantic's going somewhere. So they're going for a drive around the block. Please, please, please take off. So I was saying earlier on, for anyone that hasn't caught it, we're hoping to stay longer than the 12:30 finish time, battery permitting. There is a Nordica CRJ 900 extended range due in about 10 past 1, 20 past 1, somewhere in that region. And as I was going to stay anyway to watch it, I figured as a thank you to everybody for the support I've been getting, I'd stick on and stream it. Seems selfish not to share the experience. Of course, the challenge now is eking the electric out. Looks like our West Atlantic is just on a maintenance spin. It's a shame. We'll just loiter on that for a moment whilst we wait for our EasyJet arrival from Milan. Mark 176. Delta might be pushing back soon. They're due, aren't they? Right, here we go. No dramas there. Right. And in the meantime, our Wizz Air A321 has snuck out. Now that noise, I don't know if you could hear it, it's my device telling me something. So what's it telling me? So yes, it does seem that our Delta Airlines 767 is going to be on the move. The reason I say that is because I can see it. So Mark kindly called that out in the chat. It's fired up and pinging. Now it's rolling. So we have this to look forward to in a minute. Hold that thought whilst we take our Airbus 321 operated by Wizz Air, shortly to be making hay for Warsaw. Great stuff. Right, for a spot of heavy action. Off to New York. Good morning, El Zorro Eterno. Welcome back, my friend. Been in the Lurkers Lounge, have you, today? What's the refreshments like? Mark 176 calls the next arrival as a Ryanair from Bergamo, if I've said that correctly, Italy. Andrew NUFC, yes, turn and burn. I can smell it now as well. Gorgeous. And I see, while I've been otherwise preoccupied, 157 likes. So we're through the 150, looking towards the 200 now. Yes, I think Mark 176, the Loganair ATR is the Isle of Man flight. I can see British Airways have also pushed back. You can probably see if I tilt us round. Just going to rest you there a second. Darn it. I just found something else to tweak down, save a bit more juice. So next action from us will be Newcastle International Airport on Saturday. Won't be a Sunday show next week. I've got a medical appointment that I have to honour. But we do hope to put out some details confirming our overseas broadcast, our next overseas broadcast. So please do look out for the community posts. If you hit that notification bell, you shouldn't miss anything, at least in theory. But I guarantee we will keep everybody posted. So thank you for joining us this morning. We're definitely going to run, electricity permitting, beyond the published finish time of 12:30. Ambition is 2 o'clock, primarily to capture a Nordica CRJ 900. I've yet to see a Nordica in person, so just as a plane spotter I wanted to be here to see it, and I figured you're such a great group of people, if I'm going to be here I might as well share it with you. It's all about the plane spotting experience, and of course with the great company that we have on this channel, just makes it all the more convivial. Well, I can see 2 arrivals on the horizon, which is great. Sorry if they've been called in the chat. I'll just have to resort to flight radar because it's quicker on my eye. Right, so you're looking at British Airways heading off to Heathrow. Incoming is an EasyJet baby bus from Bristol. Took off about 50 minutes ago. In fact, let's pick him up now. Plenty to go around. And I can see something lined up behind the EasyJet, which is Lufthansa A320 from Frankfurt in the modern Lufthansa livery, which I rather like. Shades of the Aegean livery, I think. I enjoy them both. Although to be fair, I do like the classic Lufthansa as well. At the minute, you're looking at classic EasyJet. Right, back to the other end of the bus, back to runway 24. All lined up, ready to go. And, just for interest, find our next incomer, and that's the next one in. All of Lufthansa. Showtime. The railway action in the background. Certainly not short of action. And here is our Embraer 195 E2, operated by KLM, and on its way back to Amsterdam. Which I think we'll break off. Pick up our Lufthansa A320 from Frankfurt. Via this taxiing EasyJet from Bristol on his way back to the terminal. We'll scoot further on back to our KLM Embraer 195 E2. Butcher's in the chat. Sorry if I've missed anything. Political bias? Yes, I think the tower is similar to Newcastle. It's that kind of wasted design, isn't it? Whereas I thought Dublin, the tower there was more of a classic. Impressive, but more traditional. For those of you who go on Twitter, I don't know if you're familiar with Avgeek Mel, who posts a regular number of photographs of different aspects of aviation. She put a fabulous quiz out some weeks back, probably months now. Guess the tower. You could always make a board game out of it. Yeah, guess the tower. So we're just going to loiter on the tower. Oh, cripes. No time to loiter. Because we have a fast approaching EasyJet A320. Said we had plenty of action, didn't I? Alibi, in Ken's absence, I'm going to have to give you oversight of the battery change. I'll be changing camcorder battery in the next 21 minutes. Ken's my good luck charm. Let's just get a quick sneak of the Lufthansa. Just fired off a couple of snaps. So folks, I'm trying to read the chat and pan, and as we already know, I'm not very good at doing it. Alibi and Mark 176 prefer the classic, the older Lufthansa livery. I just think it's too tough a shout. As I say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and it's like both of them. And at 2 o'clock to me, something else I like, Loganair have their ATR 42 strumming up, ready to go. Mark 176 says the Air France A320 looks like pushing back. Super stuff. I will stay vigilant for that one. Just having a quick look, see. Don't worry, Andrew, NUFC, we'll keep you posted, buddy. What was your view on yesterday's game? 2 points dropped or a 0.1? Tony Earl, BA on finals, just across the coast. Cheers, buddy. Let's swoop into action. And good morning to you, sir. I don't think I've said hello. So in case you've missed me earlier on, I'm Mark, your host. So cracking to have you with us, buddy. I think, listening to the change of engine pitch, our Loganair can't be far off moving. Hey, there we go. Tony, you're a first timer with us. Well listen mate, fantastic to have you with us. Hopefully you'll enjoy what you're seeing. If you do, please do consider subscribing. We'd definitely love to have you with us, buddy. We tend to stream regularly from Newcastle and Edinburgh, but we do like to go out and about. Mark 176, I can see that Air France now, mate. So we've got a foot race between Loganair, which we've obviously got on camera, and I can see the Air France A320, the return flight to Paris Charles de Gaulle, also on the roll. So plenty of action in front of us, folks. So let's cut across. There we go. Jonathan Young says our Qatari 787 is approaching the Humberside border. I suppose most of you, if not all of you, saw the recent story where they had that rapid descent on a Copenhagen flight out of Doha. Sounded quite terrifying. So you're looking at our next departure. In fact, you're not. I've been tricked by Loganair. They're going short. Sorry folks, I was nearly mugged by Scotland's finest. So we'll come back on this one in a minute. We have a Ryanair pushing back to somewhere, which is good. I can see two planes on finals, which is why Air France is holding at the minute. Happy days. So, first in, and sorry if it's been called in the chat, I'm on a different screen at the minute. EasyJet have an A320 on its way in from Reykjavik. About a minute or so out. And behind is our Brussels Airlines A319 with their Croatian flag type polka dot livery. Back to the other end of the bus. I'm guessing our Air France A320 will slide out ahead of the incoming Brussels Airlines. And away we go. We'll have a trundle back up with this EasyJet. Actually, perhaps better not, otherwise we'll miss the Brussels arrival. Looks like there's plenty of outgoers stacking up. Every time I look at the listings when I'm at Edinburgh, I keep wishing for one of Brussels' special liveries. They've got quite a few, haven't they? Tintin, Red Devils, and others that I can't remember.
Thank you, Mark 176. The Ryanair is the return flight to Riga. Just on its way out to the end of the runway.
Right, better break away, pick up our Riga flight. Don't want to miss the plane, do we? I'll never live it down. So it looks like the next outgoing action will be an Aer Lingus ATR 72, so a bit more turboprop. I can see it pushing back out of my peripheral vision. And that will be back to Dublin. Sorry if that's been called in the chat. But I better keep the camera pointing the right way. So our Qatar Dreamliner 1204 appears to be its ETA, so we'll look forward to that. Mark 176, Ryanair outbound to Alicante, pushing back. I can see it, my friend. Thanks for shouting out. Alibi 58, thank you, my friend. It'd be fantastic to get north of 200 subscribers during the show. Sorry about that. Yes, it does look rather utilitarian. That is not a particularly easy on the eye section, is it? Let's find something easier on the eye. How about that? In fact, let's go back to the Ryanair Alicante flight. We'll get a better shot on that. Right, I'm approaching camera change territory, so I'm just going to lock the view for a second while I rustle around in my bag. I'm literally trying to eke every minute out of everything. It's an interesting challenge. Carl Shield, I think that's the best thing about the chat, isn't it really? You do get that feeling that you know everybody. Right, battery change incoming. Do not be alarmed, you are going to lose the picture momentarily. Hello? Ah, very good. Forgive me, it's all suddenly happening. I've got 3 minutes on that battery if I need to come back to it. Hopefully that won't be the case. As I say, I plan to leave nothing on the table today. I'm already buzzing from seeing my first Edelweiss in the flesh, and this incoming Nordica CRJ 900. Similar kind of anticipation. Quickening cats, I think, in fact when this takes off I'll point the camera to try and illustrate it better. I'd say about 400 yards from the nearest planes. It's an approximation because, as you can appreciate, distances can be deceptive. This particular spot's a really good compromise. You get really clean approach shots, and for the most part, pretty decent takeoffs. Whereas if they were running in reverse operations from the other end, runway 06, it's quite interesting that way, but not for my money as scenic. Mobile signal doesn't seem to be quite as good at that end either. Right, task in hand. Let's go over to the terminal building. So, here we go, the Lufthansa A320. Yeah, I reckon about 400 yards. Yes, quickening cat on the airport side of the river. It's like a bit of a raised embankment, which works out a treat. Good morning, Del Mac. I don't think I've said hi to you, so I'll put that wrong right now. Yes, Edinburgh was once upon a time RAF Turnhouse, which I think we'll have time to pull this in while we're waiting for our outgoing Ryanair. Is named after the village hamlet of Turnhouse. I'm a little bit disorientated momentarily, but more or less where the camera's trained at the minute. So it started life here, I believe, as a Royal Flying Corps aerodrome, 1916, somewhere around there. Became a Royal Air Force base, RAF Turnhouse, once RFC became the RAF. And I understand they flew Spitfires out of here in World War II. Mark 176 alerts me to the next arrival being the Qatari 787. Super stuff, mate. I'm on my toes. So this plane is bound for Alicante. Guessing the weather must be pretty pleasant there. Waiting for something. I'm just having a quick look see. I can't see a runway check. In fact, we're off. So we'll just have a rest up here with British Airways. If I can get a swallow of water actually. Go for a cup of tea. Oh, that is cold. Excuse me. Jonathan Young updates us. Our Dreamliner is 15 minutes away. Andy P passing over Selkirk. Super stuff. Paul Usher says Alicante, 12 degrees. Oh man, don't think I'll be extremely excited if that's what I was getting. Spotted t-shirt weather. I don't think 12 degrees is that. So we've hit a brief lull in proceedings, waiting our Qatar Airways 787 Dreamliner on its way. So something to look forward there. Let's have a look. And I'm just watching him now actually, or her, on flight radar. So it's a 7878. So flight radar says 9 minutes, yeah, 15 minutes is nearer probably to it. It'll be an early, so good stuff. So plans are, most of you know this, but just so people know, we are looking to run past 12:30. So hopefully you'll be able to stay with us, either which way. If you're here now, thank you so much. Really do enjoy the support. Hopefully people are enjoying the show. Just move the camera onto our Lufthansa A320. It's the quietest patch I think we've had in the show. Saying that, according to flight radar, what have we got? Arrivals. Come on, don't film me now. So the 12:05 EasyJet from Geneva has been delayed for half an hour. British Airways are due in at 12:25. Ryanair's Budapest flight at 12:10. And Qatar definitely expected in just before 12 o'clock. In terms of departing action, our Aegean was due to go out at 10 to 12. I think it's pushing back at the minute actually, although I can't see it pinging, so that could be an optical illusion. And EasyJet's Milan flight is due out at 5:02. So let's just move the camera to where we think the action is likely to materialise. So you can probably just about make out the Aegean tail fin to the right of the picture. EasyJet sat there in plain view. Our Qatar Airways 787 looks like it's about to move over to the further fourth. So, not far out now. So 176 likes, so another 24 will get us to 200. So if you are enjoying the show, please do consider giving us your like. And of course, if you're not already subscribed, we'd love to have you with us. If you are already subscribed, we do love having you with us. was waxing lyrical earlier on about it being a very pleasant spring-like day. That seems to have gone. The colder weather that political bias was describing up in Aberdeen feels like it's arrived. Got the shivers now. So, on the ground here, Ryanair's Shannon flight is now bleeping away merrily. Can't see it, mind, but flight radar tells us that that's happening. Excellent. Just looking at a news report into the incident involving the Qatar Airways Dreamliner that had the rapid descent recently. Reportedly, it was as close as 850 feet to the sea at the point the captain managed to get it pointing the right way. Obviously, it's still under investigation, so details to be established, but it does sound quite dramatic. So the good news is I can see our Qatar Airways Dreamliner. It's only a small dot on the horizon, but we now have visual. So hold tight, folks. Nino's Aviation. How you doing, my friend? Glad you're liking it. OBS seems to do the trick. Yes, thank you, Tony Earl and Andy P. Got a good view of it now. Oh, crikey. What's happening here? Someone's scooching out. So this will be the Shannon flight. So let's stay with that. Oh, hang on a minute. Did I see a Bizjet moving? Excellent. So, little preview there. Bit of Bizjet action to follow, folks. So I guess there'll be a flurry of outgoers shortly. Aegean's, well, can see it pushing back now, can see the tail fin moving. So hold tight, our 320neo will be rolling soon. The Qatar Dreamliner, imminent. And in the meantime, Ryanair are holding the fort with their 737 bound for Shannon. she goes. Right, let's get to living the dream. Well, Dreamliner. Such a gorgeous wing shape, isn't it? Well, I hope you enjoyed that as much as I did. And we'll pick that up in a minute. I spy that little Bizjet. If anyone can shout out in the chat what it is for me. A little rocket ship. Paul Usher, back at Newcastle Saturday, mate. 8:45 till about 11:45, something in that region. Hope to see you then. Alibi 58, butter indeed, mate. I think the pilot can go and put his feet up now. Jill B, agree, very sweet. Whitney Cat, superb. All of those superlatives, well warranted. And we've just hit the 180 likes. It's all happening. Oh, and now our Bizjet's moving. I don't know whether the sound picked it up as I'm hearing it, but there was quite an unusual acoustic note with that. To watch that one back tonight. Anyway, in the meantime, let's look at this Aegean A320neo on its way back to Athens. Mark 176, yes, noisy little thing. Very unusual sound. Well, tormented about where to point the camera. The Qatar Dreamliner is holding at the far end of the runway, and this Aegean that you're looking at the minute is waiting for the nod. I can't really see what's holding proceedings up. Tell you what, for a spot of variety, let's just go and pick up the Dreamliner for a second. Promise I won't take my eye off the Aegean. Just lock you at that. Seem to be waiting for something. If only we knew what it was. Excuse me. This water's mighty cold. It's like drinking liquefied ice cubes. Right. Well, what is happening is the Aegean is now moving. So let's just zoom you out. Pan you round. And reunite you with a spot of action. Just there. Must be waiting for a gate. So let's delve back to the chat. Yes, I think you're right. On 76, gate occupied. Carl Shield, thanks for dropping by, mate. Look forward to seeing you next time out. Andy P, time to go. No bother, my friend. Been a pleasure to be with you. So look forward to seeing you next time out. So yes, it is all eerily quiet. Well, it feels like some sort of standoff, doesn't it? See nothing pinging. Actually, that's not accurate. As soon as I say it, British Airways have their Embraer 190 SR sparked up and looking to roll on out for London City. which of course opens at 12:30 on a Sunday.
So all is good. We have some outgoing motion.
What else can I see? Tell you what, let's rotate the camera around. Lovely as the Dreamliner is, it's nice to have a look at something different, isn't it? So we're just driving past the fire station, Pentland Hills in the background. See if we can see anybody hard at work. Hopefully watching our stream from the Lurkers Lounge. Better yet, join the chat. So let's have a look. I'm wondering whether they're looking to use one of these gates. So next incomer, apologies if this has been called in the chat, I'm toggling screens at the minute, is a Ryanair 737 from Budapest. And of course Alibi 58 has called it. Alibi, I don't know why I bothered. You're there, too quick for me. I'll put that down to my age. And as Mark 176 says, British Airways have their E190 Embraer pushing back and onwards to London City. So action pending. So I said this earlier on in the show, and it's not me touting for anything, it's me wanting to say thank you and not knowing who I'm saying thank you to. So somebody on yesterday's stream very generously gave us a donation after the show, but doesn't want the name saying, so I don't know who we're talking about, so I'm just going to say thank you. If you're on this stream right now, you know who I'm talking to, and from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I thought I'll try it at the beginning and I'll try it towards the end, and somewhere along the line hopefully someone will know that I've acknowledged them. And Ryanair are twinkling now on the far horizon, so let's lubricate the camera, or the fluid head more accurately. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. So it's a bit far for us at the minute. That is definitely a UFO. We'll just rest the camera ready though. Might get a bit of railway action. Chance for a bit more of this icy water. God, that is chilly. Oh, I can see our Embraer moving on out, so let's give you something to look at. So fingers crossed we'll have enough juice to run till 2 o'clock. Plan today is to run to 2 o'clock or until I run out of power. So when we get nearer to that point, I'll just give you a bit of heads up, because obviously if everything conks out, I wouldn't want you to think I've not said goodbye. Plenty of action yet though. Right, I think we're at the point that it's worth picking up our incoming Ryanair. This is the incoming flight from Budapest. Do you think he's been forgotten about? I know it sounds unlikely. It's like British Airways. We've got it all going on. So there's the Heathrow flight, about to start taxiing out. Looks like we might have a runway check going on. Oh, it's holding, so nudge us round a bit more. Thank you, Mark 176, EasyJet 319 departure to Geneva, now pinging. And of course, we still have our British Airways Heathrow departure. Let's just line ourselves up. Just in the nick of time. It's starting to roll. So, good afternoon to anybody that's just joined the stream. Get my words right. Join the stream. I'm Mark, your host with Plain Sailing Aviation here at Edinburgh Airport. Official finish time was to be 12:30. Now we're planning to run long, possibly till 2 o'clock, or if the electricity runs out sooner. Whichever the first. Caveat to that is that there's a reasonable prospect of some action to show you, but there is a Nordica CRJ 900 due in shortly. Ooh, you can just see the Geneva flights kind of photobombing the shot, isn't it? Looks like British Airways is having to give way. Very sporting of them. Yeah, there's a few transponding now, isn't there? Brussels look like they're going to be moving. In fact, they are moving. So I think we're going to have a rash of departure action. So looking at our EasyJet A319. While that is making its way out, just to add some variety to mix, there's British Airways. There's our Brussels departure, which is also an A319. And in case you're fretting, our Qatar Dreamliner is still parked up. That must be intensely frustrating for all on board. Anyway, back to the action. So let's just rest with the Brussels Airlines A319, returning, as you might expect, to Brussels. Looks like British Airways are going to be giving way to this plane. It's parked up short, so seems to be the likely intention. Jonathan Young, you're saying you've not flown Ryanair until last year, and now you've flown with them 3 times. Got to be honest, I think I said this yesterday, but I definitely put it in a community post. My debut was the Dublin trip last Tuesday, and they did really well for me. Good price, service did what it said on the tin, punctuality worked out fine. I will be using them again. And I was saying on yesterday's live stream, the Flight Radar weekly newsletter, for those of you who subscribe, in fact I think it's free whether you subscribe or not, somebody else did a Ryanair trip report. I'll put the link on our community post when I put one up today, tomorrow, in case people are interested. And the chap who did the review, I don't think he was expecting to be impressed, but price versus experience, found it very positive, the same as I did. Bit of an eye-opener. So the EasyJet A320 seems to be getting primacy, off to Grenoble. So it looks like we're going to get 3 departures pretty much on the spin. And I can see something on the far horizon. Let's just have a look, see. Yes, Mark 176, our Qatari jet hasn't moved an inch. So we are looking at an EasyJet departure to Grenoble, currently scooting around British Airways, I think. Shortly to be joined in shot by Brussels. Let's see if I can get a quick picture. And again, smile for the camera. And I think we have an EasyJet arrival from Paris over yon horizon. Here we go. Sorry folks. So departed about 1 hour 15 minutes ago, shortly to touchdown at Edinburgh. As you'll see, our Dreamliner hasn't moved an inch. Back to that one in a bit. So our Grenoble flight looks like it's lining up. There we are. And also inbound, we have another EasyJet A320 from Geneva. So I'm assuming this one's going to have to get a wriggle on. And so it is. We're on the move. Not very quickly. I think we'll come back in a bit because I can see another arrival, which I also believe to be the EasyJet I called a few minutes ago. Yeah, a bit of an EasyJet conference at the minute. So this departed Geneva 1 hour and 44 minutes ago. Inching along. Be nightfall before that docks at this rate. So this is our British Airways A319 on its way back to Heathrow Airport. Have a quick power check. Sorry folks, not being diligent on me. Pedal to the metal. Let's just enjoy this close up whilst we await the next incomer. In fact, there's two now lined up. So, plenty of action on the cards at the minute after that brief lull. So, I think we'll leave the Qatar Dreamliner and pick up our incoming British Airways A320 from Heathrow. Just about there. Sorry I've been at the chat, folks. Sorry if I've missed something. I'll be in a jiff. So where to go next? Lots of EasyJets, but Brussels Airways is where we're going. Right, quick butchers in the chat. Paul Usher, thank you my friend. Great on the feedback, appreciate that. Oops, showtime. There, but to get out of that shot, another arrival. Which will be a Ryanair 737 from Cork. Seemed a tad heavy on the nose. That's what you good people thought. Bit of train action in the background. So let's just rest the camera up, try and catch up chat-wise. Yes, Jonathan Young, I think those passengers, never mind the crew, will probably be a bit irritated by the time they spent out on the runway or the taxiway. Mark 176, Lufthansa A320, pushing back. You are so right, sir. Good shout. And Paul Usher, thank you, mate. Entirely emphasise that. If you like what you see, please do hit the like button. We only need 12 more for the 200, and we'd love to have you subscribed. Need to cost you anything. And of course, as a small and growing channel, we really do appreciate the support. so I can see something else on its way in while we track this returning Ryanair port flight. Not sure if it's been shouted in the chat yet. I don't take my eye off the screen. Thank you, Alibi. Ryanair Boeing 737 Max 8200 from Barcelona. Next one in. The good news is our returning Lufthansa flight to Frankfurt is on the roll. Mark 176 calls the next arrival a Jet2 737-800 from Turin. Thanks, mate. Have a look at the chat proper. 11 likes to 200. Please do give us that like, people. Anyone that's on the show at the minute, if you like it, please hit that button for us. Definitely brings a smile at this end. Perishing. That spring weather that I described earlier in the broadcast, definitely gone. It's definitely more like a February day. Fairly speedy turn. Hold on to your seats. Looks like we've got a little Bizjet to go as well. Lovely stuff. Right, let's investigate this Bizjet. Snuck over the horizon, and I can see something on its way in. That'll be the Jet2 737, won't it, from Turin? Cool. So in terms of our Bizjets, let's have a little see what we've got. Well, according to flight radar, no call sign. Beach king of some description, I warrant. A bit of railway action. Anyway, let's get to our Turin incomer. Nine more likes to 200. Exciting times. Mark 176. The Bizjet is off to Haverford West. Can't say as I've heard of that one. Better do a quick battery check after this lands. Our little jet up. Assuming it's a jet, maybe it's a turbo. Yeah, it's a turbo prop. Thank you, Alibi. Next in, Ryanair, Boeing 737 from Knock. sound. Can't believe it. Nearly missed this incomer. Well folks, we are into the last 28 minutes of the show, my camcorder tells me. So 2 o'clock was going to be a bit of a reach, but we should be good if I'm going to be blessed with the Nordica CRJ 900 arrival. In fact, I suppose I ought to check how that's looking. $13.17. So let's have a look. That'll probably be the last plane of the show, assuming my laptop battery also holds. All to play for. That's how we like it. Bit of end of show excitement. Hi Ali McClellan, how are you? Welcome to the show. Just saying in the chat, we are in that last half an hour or so. We've got the fire brigade are out having a practice, so let's have a little look at that. I think they may want to put it out next time, eh? So next time for us will be Saturday. It'll be that the 18th of February. Newcastle International Airport, 8:45 in the morning, through till about 11:45 or thereabouts. So I hope you can join us. You're into the last half an hour's worth of action here at Edinburgh Airport. Hope you've enjoyed what you've seen so far. Still looking at 9 more likes for 200, so hoping we can achieve that in the next half hour, 20 odd minutes. Next arrival, which I think has been shouted out, hasn't it, will be a Heathrow A321. Yeah, Alibi called that one, just catching myself up in the chat. You see, I've got such a great team of moderators. It really does make the difference. So let's pick up our BA arrival. So I think the last plane of the show, based on camcorder battery, will be the Nordica CRJ 900. Just hoping it doesn't lose any time. Just got a little bit long on me there, as you might expect, as it's a A321. Jill B, I'm glad you've enjoyed it. I have too. I think we've been quite lucky with the weather. I mean, obviously a crosswind brings a little bit more excitement and variation, but we've had a good number of movements today. As I've said a couple of times probably in the show, I love it here. Riyadh Aitani, hope I've said that correctly. You're watching from Beirut, Lebanon. Well, listen my friend, welcome to the show. We're in the last 20 minutes or so. Delighted though you found us, and hopefully you'll look out for us in the future. Please do consider subscribing and hitting the notification bell, and then you'll be in the loop when we live stream next. Ali by 58 just put a frozen steak baked sandwich in the air fryer to have on 2 sandwiches after the show. My hat is off to you, my friend. Definite thumbs up from Mark at Plain Sailing Aviation. You see, increasingly I find myself thinking food. So we're watching our British Airways A321 Heathrow arrival, finding its way towards its berth. Sorry I went off the plane there. Simon Kirby made me smile. Busy swapping notes on lunches and says his ham cob has been put to shame. I think I've got a ham cob in the car. Ham and pickle. See what's occurring. So we're just watching British Airways park up. Just looking to see where our Nordica is. Okay, so from a British, talking out the hat, I'm reading the word British, but I'm actually thinking of something else. So we're looking at flight radar. What's the next arrival action? It would VR Nordica by the looks of it. 13:20 estimated, actual predicted to be 17 minutes past. So still in range for us in terms of battery life. Don't think we have anything coming in sooner than that, so let's see what the departure situation looks like. So we have an EasyJet due out to Fuerteventura, an A320 due at 1 o'clock, and another EasyJet, this one to Belfast. This will be an A319 at 10 past. And to make a trio of EasyJets, it looks like we have a Birmingham departure that was due to go at 12:35. It's now 8 minutes past 1 departure. So let's move the camera, give you something different to look at as we approach the finale of the show, which was the Qatar Dreamliner, but with the extra run time that we've gone with will be a Nordica CRJ 900, eagerly awaited by yours truly. Hopefully you were all looking forward to it too. 17 minutes of electricity in my camera battery, although I think I've got 3 minutes spare in the other battery. So push comes to shove, I intend to catch that incoming plane. Ali McLennan, didn't realise they had a viewing platform here. They used to at Heathrow when I was a kid, quite enjoyed that one. Do you think airports would tend to do more to encourage people to come and visit, watch the planes, spend some money on food and coffee? Ali Bhai, you're on the money, mate. 4 more to 200. Thank you for the push on that one. Folks, share the love. Send me home with a smile. I smile a lot anyway, but at the minute my face is just a little bit frozen. Now, I'm going to say thank you now to Gareth Roberts, who I did say thanks earlier in the show, but super chatted us, and also Janet Lowe, who made a donation to us through PayPal. Just want to say again, thank you so much. That's not a punt generally for donations, but of course if anyone's going to make a donation, I'm always going to make sure I give credit. And I'm absolutely terrified that I'll run out of battery before I say it again at the end of the show. I was planning on doing a piece to camera like I tend to at the finish, but I've got a feeling that it'll probably come to a rather unceremonious conclusion. 1 minute you'll be watching it and the next minute it'll be black. I think you're on the money there, Simon Kirby. As soon as I jump in the car and get my ham cob out, heaters are going on full blast. I think Ali McLennan's point about the terrorism threats and the kind of impact it had on airports spectating is pretty pertinent, isn't it? Because I'd still say in this day and age it ought to be possible to go back to something a bit more like that. I mean, you think it'd be quite lucrative, wouldn't you? I mean, I guarantee you, when I walk back to the car, sorry, I've just moved the camera, I will see on the access, in fact I can see a load of cars parked up, where people have just driven out here to park up and watch the planes. Those of you on the show that live nearby will know that. It seems crackers not to be able to do something a little bit more organised. Let's have a look here. Mark 176. Is someone having a barbecue over there? I don't know. No, our firefighters were busy setting fire to things to put out earlier on. If anyone's got a barbie on around here, they need to invite me. So what's happening here then? So the plane we're looking at is the delayed EasyJet outgoer to Birmingham. Should have gone at 12:35, but fancied a bit of a lay-in. So, the airport itself was fairly quiet. Ali McLennan, liked and subbed. Nice one, my friend. Hopefully you'll be able to catch us next time out at Newcastle. Either which way, if you hit the notification bell, you'll have the choice, at least you'll be in the loop. But welcome aboard, my friend. 4 more likes for 200. Sorry people, I'm not concentrating on the camera. Which is really what I should be doing. Simon Kirby. You're right, mate, the winds are whistling. I mean, it's not windy in the true sense of the word, but it's enough to make you chilly. So let's see where our Nordica is. On the deck we have the Edinburgh Ventura departure, A320 pinging away. Shown as moving. Oh, I can see it. Right under my nose. Also pinging is the EasyJet Belfast A319. So that looks like the last departure action we have. I'll be darned. I feel like, well, I don't know what to say really. That Nordica arrival has disappeared off the list. On flight radar 24. It was shown as due in at 13:17. Oh man. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll capture, we've got 9 minutes of juice, we'll take this departure. If there's nothing else imminent moving, we'll bring the show to a close while I come to terms with the news that the plane I thought I was going to be seeing ain't coming. Hold on, I've just realised this could be presenter fatigue. I'm looking at departures. Oh, thank Crunchy for that. That was presenter fatigue. So, as we track this EasyJet out, let's just see where the Nordica is. I've 8 minutes of electricity left. And apparently it's due in 4 minutes. Now I can see a dot on the horizon. Sorry folks, I'm not keeping up with the taxiing plane. I'm suddenly fretting. 200 likes up. Big smile at this end. In fact, better than big. Thank you everybody. You've been an absolutely great crowd. In fact, just in case we drop power, I'm just going to say it again. Thank you. Anyone that subscribed, like the previous, existing, joined us today, liked us, watched us, chatted, especially our moderators. Fantastic work by Alibi 58 in particular. Team Sport though, Ken Alloway was prolific in the moderating earlier on. Paul Denio joined us. And Mark 176. Hell of a match, mate. Thank you so much. It really does make the chat spin. So I can see something lined up over the further Forth, but this says it's a British Airways Embraer 190 SR. So the question I'm asking myself is, where's this Nordica? Hope this isn't some kind of code share malarkey. I think it is. It said Oslo, didn't it? Well, the mathematical fact is 6 minutes of juice left. Quickening cat, thank you for putting my mind at rest. 4 minutes till the Nordica arrives. I have 6 minutes of battery power. And how are you still awake? So we'll watch our EasyJet line up. So this is off to Belfast. Four minutes left. Oh man. Although the good news is I can see it. It's a mere speck. So here's the last departure of the show. Now, folks, I've got 3 minutes on the battery. There's a possibility you might lose me momentarily. I think I'm going to put my first battery back in because I think there's about 4 minutes on that. So if you lose me, stay with me. We will cover this Nordica arrival by hook or crook. I'm wringing the neck out of this. Nell W, how's things in Belgium? Great to see you. As Alex Ferguson once said, squeaky bum time. The Nordica is on the horizon. I've got 2 minutes left on this battery. I think I'm going to go for a change in a minute. Oh, Nell W, thank your husband. Your husband's like 201. Fantastic. Thank you to you both. Mark 176, thanks for the stream. My pleasure. Thank you everybody for your time being with me today. It's been a real pleasure. I can't wait till next Saturday when we are down at Newcastle. Mark 176, Nordica passing over Cramond, so close. I've got good visual, 2 minutes on this battery, so as soon as this goes to 1 minute, I'm going to switch it over. In fact, I'm going to do that now. Bear with me, people. This really is last knockings. Please let me have all of it. Well, that's all, folks. Thank you so much for your company. I can't believe it, I've got no cell on the battery now, and yet I can see my mush on the screen. Thank you to everybody, viewers, subscribers, donators, moderators. Thank you. Everybody that liked us. Honestly, it's been a pleasure to broadcast, and I really hope you've enjoyed the time you spent with the show. Next time out will be Newcastle on Saturday. Look out for our community post with our next overseas broadcast. We expect to put those details out in the next few days. If you've got the notification bell selected, you won't miss it. So enjoy the rest of your Sunday, stay safe, and see you next time. Bye.